Everyone has a ritual, that small thing to keep us focused.
A habit we never skip, to clear our minds and elevate our performance.
But what do you do to keep your head in the game? To drown out the self-doubt and support your mental health. Because being your best isn't just about taking care of your body.
It's about taking care of your mental health. Discover the resources that you need to keep your mind focused and your mental health a priority.
You're watching News 25. Local coverage you can count on. News 25 is brought to you by J.K. Nelson Law, voted Best of Las Vegas. Give them a call, 702-727-9900.
Thank you for joining us here on News 25 and Ace Country Radio, and streaming at KPVM.TV, and now on local devices on this Monday, January 13, 2025. Good evening, I'm Chris Palermo, and here's what's happening. Office of the Governor announces a date for the 2025 State of the State Address. And surely he will comment on the effect the Donald Trump presidency will have on the state of Nevada.
Nevada Governor Joe Lombardo is set to deliver his second State of the State address on Wednesday night in Carson City. The address, a traditional event held 2 weeks before the legislative session, will take place in the assembly chambers of the state legislature at 6 p.m. on January 15th. Governor Lombardo expressed his enthusiasm for the upcoming address, stating, "I look forward to sharing the progress my administration has made since my inaugural address, and I'm excited to outline my common sense vision for our state ahead of the upcoming legislative session." He added, "We've worked hard to keep taxes low, balance our state budget, and make historic investments in our students and workforce. As we look ahead, I'm eager to build on our progress in education, economic development, healthcare, housing, and public safety." The 83rd legislative session is scheduled to commence on February 3rd in the capital city.
More news now. California firefighters are working to bring the devastating fires in that state to full containment, and Rory Rosell has the latest.
California firefighters are continuing their efforts to bring the Eaton and Palisades fire to full containment. Both fires broke out earlier this month and have burned thousands of acres across Los Angeles County, displacing residents and threatening local wildlife. The Eaton fire, which has burned 14,000 acres, started on Tuesday night in the hills just above Altadena, California. Located northeast of Los Angeles, the fire is currently at 27% containment and is the fourth most destructive fire in records of California. The Palisades Fire, which is located along the Los Angeles County coast, is the largest LA County wildfire and began on Tuesday in the Pacific Palisades and has spread to 23,713 acres. The containment is currently 11%. Fire crews from the Los Angeles Fire Department have been working around the clock to secure the perimeters of both fires. The Los Angeles County Coroner's Office has confirmed 16 deaths due to the fires. There has also been a small number of firefighter injuries, primarily due to smoke inhalation and exhaustion. Despite the progress made, the LAFD is urging residents in fire-prone areas to stay vigilant. Wind conditions are expected to increase over the next few days. The LAFD continues to advise residents to monitor official sources for real-time updates on road closures, air quality, and further firefighting operations. For those who are affected by the fires, recovery efforts are underway, and emergency services remain available for those who are displaced. News 25 will keep you updated on the status of these blazing fires.
More on those fires now. Strike teams from Clark County have recently been sent to Southern California to assist with the wildfires, and News 25 has their progress updates.
In response to the ongoing wildfires in Southern California, 2 strike teams comprising 45 personnel from Las Vegas Valley Fire Departments have been deployed to aid firefighters' efforts. These teams include members from the Clark County Fire Department, Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, and Henderson Fire Department. One team of 21 firefighters have been assigned to the Eaton Fire near Pasadena. Their duties include assisting residents returning to their neighborhoods over the weekend to check on their properties. Additionally, the team is patrolling for spot fires and supporting hand crews by pumping water and helping to establish protective fire lines through vegetation. The second team, consisting of 24 personnel, have been deployed to assist with the Pacific Palisades fire. They were recently reassigned to Brentwood, where they are working alongside firefighters from Riverside and Torrance, California, to provide structure protection in Mandeville Canyon. The combined efforts of these teams are critical in supporting Southern California's local firefighting units as they battle these dangerous blazes and work to protect communities from further devastation.
Well, it's that time of the hour when our News 25 Las Vegas correspondent Maria Centers joins us from Clark County with an inside look at recent activities by our incoming presidential administration and more.
In less than a week, the highly anticipated Joe Biden and Kamala Harris presidential handoff to Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance will go down in the nation's capital, where the 45th and 47th U.S. President and First Lady will call the White House home once again after 4 life-changing years. Now let's dive into the latest headlines coming from America's next Commander-in-Chief. As the Cali flames continue to blaze on, 45 and 47 offered the following statement, quote, "The fires are still raging in LA. The incompetent politicians have no idea how to put them out. Thousands of magnificent houses are gone, and many more will soon be lost. There is death all over the place. This is one of the worst catastrophes in the history of our country. They just can't put out the fires. What's wrong with them?"
They're the worst fires to ever hit Los Angeles, ever. And as soon as these fires broke out, I approved the Fire Management Assistance Grants. That's a term of art and how we get help to local officials. These grants cover California's firefighting costs for things like firefighting equipment, firefighters' salaries, and special capabilities like aircraft.
Nevada receives the least amount of water under the 1922 Colorado River Compact, while California is entitled to the largest strip.
A lot of these places are burned to the ground. There's not a single thing left in their homes. And so if they contact disasterassistance.gov, anybody who's lost everything or anything of consequence, disasterassistance.gov or 1-800-621-3362. I also want everyone in Southern California to know we're going to keep at it. We're sticking with this.
In other tribulations, Trump truthed, quote, "Deranged Jack Smith was fired today by the DOJ. He is a disgrace to himself, his family, and his country. After spending over $100 million on the witch hunt against Trump, he left town empty-handed." KPVM Television will continue to offer the top coverage coming out of our incoming presidential administration. Reporting from Clark County and proudly shooting it back over the hump to all my people in the beautiful desert oasis of Pahrump, I'm Maria Centers for News 25 Las Vegas.
Thank you very much, Maria. More local stories coming up. You're watching News 25.
Hi, I'm attorney Jonathan Nelson of J.K. Nelson Law. If you're going through a divorce, dealing with custody or child support issues, or any other family matters, give us a call today at 775-727-9900. We have a team dedicated to protecting your interests and defending your rights. Let us show you why we've been recognized by Best of Las Vegas and have received Best Attorney in Pahrump for the past 4 years. We're conveniently located to meet and provide you with a free consultation on your legal matter. So give us a call today. Again, 727-9900.
Got bills? Need some pay? Then come be a cowboy trucker at Ponderosa Dairies in Amargosa Valley. They're currently seeking experienced CDL drivers to haul hay, grain, and milk while earning up to $2,000 a week. This isn't a job, it's a career. Whether you hit the open road or drive around Nevada's biggest dairy, they offer a great wage, benefits, and 401k retirement package. If you have what it takes to be a good hand, isn't it time you ride for the brand? the beautiful Ponderosa Dairies are currently hiring qualified CDL drivers who have doubles and tankers endorsements, as well as the ability to drive a standard transmission. If this is you, call Ed now, 702-682-3339. Once again, 702-682-3339. Send an email with your information to ap@ponderosadairy.com. Join the family at Ponderosa Dairy.
Ace Country.
Rise and shine. Tune in Sunday mornings at 8 for the Classic Country Breakfast with me, Mikey. I'll be playing a whole hour of all the classics. From Willie. On the road again. To Johnny.
I fell into a burning ring of fire.
To Patsy.
Crazy.
To Dolly.
Jolene, Jolene.
All the classic country music to start your Sunday morning. You bring the hash browns, and I'll bring the Hank.
Mom's Diner, the heart of Pahrump, is open from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily, serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Something fun is always happening here, from the arrival of classic antique cars to watching the diner enjoy a Momstrosity burger. The food is so good, you'll think they stole your mama. Mom's Diner is open daily from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., 1242 East State Street, number 100. Dine in or take out. Call 775-751-9929.
You're watching News 25. Local coverage you can count on.
And welcome back to News 25. I'm Chris Palermo on a Monday night. Health officials urge precautions as flu activity rises in Las Vegas. Not too late to make a plan to get the vaccine, and Mikey Ruhan reports.
Health officials are urging residents to take precautions as more cases of flu and other respiratory illnesses are reported around the Las Vegas area. The Southern Nevada Health District says 438 flu-related hospitalizations and 7 deaths have been reported for the season through December 28th. For comparison, the Health District reported 294 flu-related hospitalizations and 13 deaths the same period the year before. Community wastewater surveillance as of January 8th also showed high concentrations of influenza A and RSV in Clark County, plus moderate concentrations of the virus that causes COVID-19. For more information, visit southernnevadahealthdistrict.org.
Well, it's a big weekend of hockey for the Vegas Golden Knights. They had almost 3 games going, and Vegas Golden Knights pull off a big win after losing 2 straight. Here's Mikey with your look at sports.
Time now for your News 25 look at sports and streaming at KPVM.TV and now on Roku devices. Vegas Golden Knights coming off a 2-1 loss against the New York Rangers on Saturday. Back in action on Sunday, hosting the Minnesota Wild. First period, Ryan Hartman scores 1-0 Wild. Let's head on over to the second period. Knights on the power play. Pavel Dorofeev ties it up. Third period, Keegan Colasar scores the tiebreaker. Vegas goes on to win 4-1. The Golden Knights head to Nashville Tuesday night to take on the Predators. UNLV coach Dan Mullen has added another quarterback to the mix for the Rebels. Michigan transfer Alex Orji has committed to transfer to UNLV for the 2025 season. He has 2 years of eligibility remaining. The Vegas Thrill went 1-1 in the season opening weekend with a 3-set loss to Atlanta and a victory over Grand Rapids Rise on Friday. The Thrill welcome the Omaha Supernovas this Friday. Pro Valley Trojans boys basketball are in action this evening. They're at home taking on Boulder City High School. JV is in progress, varsity at 6:30 p.m. And that's your look at sports on News 25.
Thank you, Mikey. And more news now. Las Vegas Metro detectives are investigating a homicide that happened Sunday, January 12th, in the northern part of the city, and Rory Rosell has more.
Las Vegas Metro is currently investigating a homicide that occurred early Sunday morning, January 12th, at the 2600 block of North Hollywood Boulevard near East Carey Street. Homicide Lieutenant Robert Price spoke to the public, releasing the preliminary details surrounding this case.
The details of the call were: at approximately 08:35 hours, LVMPD dispatch received a 911 call from an individual stating that they heard gunshots. And when they looked out the window, they located a male individual lying in the middle of the street. Officers from Northeast Area Command quickly responded, and upon their arrival, they located one individual lying in the middle of North Hollywood Boulevard, suffering from apparent gunshot wounds. Those officers immediately rendered aid until medical arrived, and upon medical arrival, that individual was unfortunately pronounced deceased.
At this time, the identity of the shooter remains unknown. Police believe the woman may be white or Hispanic, though further details are currently scarce.
But we do believe this is an isolated incident. We do not believe that there's any threat to the public, but we do encourage anybody who might have been walking by or seeing the individual or the argument, please reach out to LVMPD Homicide, or if you wish to remain anonymous, you can call Crime Stoppers of Nevada.
Las Vegas Metro Homicide Section is leading this investigation. Anyone with information regarding this incident is urged to contact the department at 702-828-3521. Or to remain anonymous, tips can be submitted to Crime Stoppers at 702-385-5555. This investigation is currently ongoing, and further updates will be provided as more information becomes available.
And the proposed film studios at the UNLV location have hit a roadblock with their developer, but Sony says their progress in Summerlin is right on track. More from News 25.
Sony Pictures is moving forward with the plans for the Summerlin movie studio in Las Vegas, but construction depends on the approval of the proposed Nevada Film Tax Credit. The proposed Nevada Studio Infrastructure, Jobs, and Workforce Training Act would allocate $100 million in tax credits to incentivize film production in the state. This movie studio aims to create around 15,000 new jobs in the region, with an average annual salary of $113,000. These positions would span over various roles in construction, production, and support services. Sony Pictures is confident in the project and is ready to break ground as soon as the tax credit is approved, even though the credit would not be needed for at least a year after the construction begins. This proposed studio promises a boost in Nevada's economy, expanding its role in the global film industry. It would not only support Sony's operations, but also attract other production companies, creating a long-term infrastructure and workforce opportunity. With the right legislation in place, Summerlin Studios could become a cornerstone of Nevada's growing entertainment sector.
More local stories coming up, and of course your weather forecast. You're watching News 25.
Ace Country.
Rise and shine. Tune in Sunday mornings at 8 for the Classic Country Breakfast with me, Mikey. I'll be playing a whole hour of all the classics. From Willie. On the road again. To Johnny.
I fell into a burning ring of fire.
To Patsy.
Crazy.
To Dolly.
Jolene, Jolene.
All the classic country music to start your Sunday morning. You bring the hash browns, and I'll bring the Hank. Howdy, y'all. Are you an Ace Country listener? We need to hear from you. Please log on to acecountry.com and click on the radio button survey. You'll automatically be entered to win $103. Thank you for listening to Ace Country.
You're pregnant, and no matter what you do, no matter what you try, you can't stop using. But it's not too late. There are safe places across Nevada to help pregnant women stop using. No matter how lost you are, how far along you are, there's always hope. If you or someone you love is pregnant or thinking about getting pregnant and using alcohol, drugs, or tobacco, visit SoberMomsHealthyBabies.org or call 211 to find help today.
Miles, you're late. Again.
You're not reaching your full potential.
Unacceptable, Miles.
Everyone's going through something, even superheroes.
You got a minute?
If you need support, visit kevinlovefund.org to learn more.
First time that I went to see him, a lot of stuff came into my mind because I wasn't prepared at all. I know the first 3 months of his life were really important, and I wanted to be there all the time for him. First time he was like, "Daddy, Daddy." That was one of his first words. He grew up so quick. He just surprised me every day. He's really smart. I really think he can be an astronaut, president. But I'm gonna support him for wherever he wants to be. Whether he wanna be a photographer, musician, whatever. As a father, I guess you don't focus on you. I put himself first. That's what a dad does.
1 in 6 Black men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in his lifetime, and we're more than twice as likely to die from the disease.
But when it's caught early, it's highly treatable.
For more than 30 years, PCF has funded cutting-edge research, helping patients live longer with fewer complications. Go to pcf.org/knowyourrisk today to learn more about prostate cancer and how you can advocate for yourself.
It's your health. It's your life.
You're watching News 25. Local coverage you can count on. News 25 is brought to you by Mountain West Lawyer, Injury Attorneys, 727-9500.
Welcome back to News 25. I'm Chris Palermo. The Henderson community recently gathered to pay their respects and honor Jenna Lee Hinn, reported missing and then was found dead. Rory Rossell has the report.
A vigil was held on Saturday, January 11th for Foothill High School senior Jenna Lee Hinn, who was found dead on January 5th, 6 days after she was reported missing. The gathering took place at the corner of Spanish Needle Street and Desert Sunflower Circle, where family and friends gathered to honor the young woman's memory. Jenna Lee Hinn had last been seen leaving her home on December 30th, 2024, following a minor dispute with her family. Her body was discovered by authorities in a desert area in Henderson on January 5th. The Clark County Coroner's Office later ruled her death as a suicide. At the vigil, several individuals who had helped search for Hinn, including volunteers from Red Rock Search and Rescue and Southern Nevada Off-Road Recovery, paid their respects. Members of the local community, law enforcement officers, and classmates also participated in the search, which lasted several days. Jenna Lee Hinn was remembered as a talented and intelligent student, also known for her academic achievements and aspirations of attending nursing school. A straight-A student at Foothill High School, she was described to be someone with a promising future ahead. Her family has expressed gratitude for the outpouring of community support during the search and in the wake of her tragic death. A GoFundMe page has been set up to help with funeral expenses. If you would like to donate and support the family, any contribution, no matter how big or how small, you can visit the GoFundMe page at gofundme.com/in memory of Jenna.
More news now. A structure fire occurred on Saturday, displacing 29 people, and News 25 has the story.
On Saturday, American Red Cross volunteers from Southern Nevada responded swiftly to a devastating fire at the Paradise Spa condominiums on Las Vegas Boulevard. The fire, which erupted at approximately 9 a.m. at 9457 Las Vegas Boulevard, damaged or destroyed 9 units and displaced 29 residents. The Red Cross has been providing immediate relief to those affected, offering temporary shelter, food, clothing, personal care items, and financial assistance as needed. Rachel Flanagan, Executive Director of the American Red Cross Southern Nevada chapter, emphasized the importance of their work during such crisis. Our dedicated volunteers were on site offering emotional support and addressing the emergency needs of those affected. We'll continue working closely with these families in the coming days and weeks to help them recover. Firefighters were able to contain the blaze, and property management is working to prepare alternate units for displaced residents, which is expected to be ready by Monday.
News 25 Weather Cam is brought to you by Lerner and Rowe Injury Attorney's Office in Pahrump. In a wreck, need a check? Call 702-877-1500.
That's the Lerner and Rowe Weather Cam. Now, our weathercaster, Kaylee, will tell you all about it in just a bit. But we have temps going into the 20s tonight, so cover your outdoor plumbing and whatever else needs to be covered. Forecast in a bit.
Horizon Markets are a one-stop shop for convenience. Are you wanting to enjoy a hot cup of coffee and a pastry? Needing some fuel? Or want a simple refreshment or snack? Come visit one of our 6 Horizon Market locations near you. We also have the loosest slots around town with over $1 million in payouts. You will get Pahrump's hometown value, where convenience and low prices meet. So no matter who you are, you'll find your Horizon in Pahrump.
Secure your family while you're home or away. Monitor your home with cameras, burglar, smoke, and fire alarms 24/7, 365 days a year. Provide yourself with a peace of mind by using your smartphone or computer. You can monitor your home anytime or anywhere. Let Mastercraft Electronics install security your family deserves. Call Mastercraft Electronics today. Secure your home or business. 775-990-4896. Mastercraft Electronics is licensed and bonded. 1 month free alarm monitoring when you sign up for service. Mastercraft Electronics, 775-990-4896.
Revitalize and beautify your home. It's time to get those carpets, tiles, and upholstery looking good again. Call Todd's Carpet and Tile Cleaning and impress your guests with your home looking its best. They specialize in carpets, upholstery, tile, grout, draperies, area rugs, and carpet repairs. They even clean your garage and driveway. Call a local company with a reputation you know and trust. Todd's Carpet and Tile Cleaning, 702-595-0488.
Good evening, Nevada. I'm Kaylee Bentler in the News 25 Weather Studios. Let's check out our regional weather. Up in Fernley, we saw 43, 41 in Fallon, 48 Carson City, 34 Tonopah, 36 Goldfield, 48 in Beatty, 54 Amargosa, 52 Las Vegas, and 65 in Death Valley. But over in our paradise of Pahrump, we're seeing clear skies at 47 degrees. We saw a high 54 earlier, winds north-northeast 9 miles per hour, humidity 19%, and the sun rose at 6:54. However, we watched it go away this evening at 4:51 p.m. Expect humidity at 31%, winds northeast 8 miles per hour with a low of 29, and the skies are staying clear. Let's check out the rest of our week. We got an exciting week ahead of us. We got weather triplets Wednesday through Friday. Tomorrow we're seeing 55 degrees and sunshine. And then look, weather twins Sunday and Monday. Those temperatures really take a dip with a cold front rolling in. Saturday, seeing higher winds along with that cold front, 13 miles per hour. And that is your look at the weather. Back to the desk. Here's Chris.
Thank you very much, Kaylee. Well, you know it's a little chilly when the high temp is only 65 in Death Valley. That'll just about do it for all of us here tonight at News 25. I'm Chris Palermo. Make it a great night.
Ace Country.
Rise and shine. Tune in Sunday mornings at 8 for the Classic Country Breakfast with me, Mikey. I'll be playing a whole hour of all the classics. From Willie.
On the road again,
To Johnny.
I fell into a burning ring of fire.
To Patsy.
Crazy.
To Dolly.
Jolene, Jolene.
All the classic country music to start your Sunday morning. You bring the hash browns, and I'll bring the Hank.
What I love about serving my country is putting this uniform on every single day. While I'm away fighting for my country, my family is left behind to fight loneliness, school and job changes, and tight budgets.
For over 160 years, the Armed Services YMCA has made it our duty to protect our service members and their families who have already sacrificed so much. Their duty is to our country. Our duty is to make sure no military family is left behind. Learn more at asymca.org.
Welcome to Through the Bible with Les Feldick, a 30-minute walk through the scriptures teaching in-depth Bible truths that change people's lives. Now, here's your host, Les Feldick.
Okay, once again, it's good to see everybody back from your break, and we're going to go right back into our study concerning the kingdom because of some questions that just came up at break time, and that's the way I teach. See, I'm not on a format. I don't have to go by a set script, thank goodness. That would kill me. You know that? If I would have to go by a script and end at a certain place, they'd carry me out on a stretcher. So anyway, we're going to come back and address some questions from break time. Again, for those of you joining us on television, again, we always have to thank you for your financial help because after all, bills have to be paid. And we thank you for your prayers and your letters. Our mail is just so thrilling. Over and over. Sometimes it's just a couple sentences long. In fact, one the other day, I wish I'd have brought it along. And again, it was from a gentleman, and he said, Les, thanks to you and your program, I now have come to know the Lord. That's all. But that's all you need, see? And over and over. So again, for those of you out in television, we do. There's my lovely little wife, and that's the other thing that amazes me. We never mention her. She never says a word on this program. And yet every single letter says, Dear Les and Iris. And I do. I appreciate that all of you out there recognize that she's a part of the ministry even though she doesn't want the limelight. You couldn't get her up here for anything. Okay. We're going to continue our study on the kingdom of heaven coming on earth. And the question that came up over our coffee break was, well, who are the people that will be coming into the kingdom? Where are they going to come from? Well, it's a good question, because after all, we teach that the church, the body of Christ, is going to be raptured. We're out of here. We've already been gathered up into the heavenlies. So who's going to be on earth for Christ to rule and reign over? Well, let's go back to Matthew again, 24. And we're going to have to set our but gods and but nows abeyance for a while, and we'll pick them up later. And this is totally unrehearsed, so I wasn't figuring on this. Matthew 24, starting at verse 15, and again, if you got a red letter edition, it's red. Jesus is speaking during his earthly ministry. And as I said in the last program, this chapter is all tribulation ground. All right, verse 15. And remember who he's talking to. He's still talking to the 12, the disciples, as they came back to him in verse 3 and says, tell us, what shall these things be? All right, here we go. Verse 15 of Matthew 24. He says, when you therefore, Jews, because he's talking to the 12, they're Jews. He's not including Gentiles in here at all. When you Jews, therefore, shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet standing in the holy place. Now what do we have to do? You got to go back to Daniel. What's he talking about? Go back to Daniel. Keep your hand in Matthew. Daniel chapter 9. And here is that 490-year prophecy, remember, broken down by weeks of years. And by the time we get down to verse 26, we've got 483 of the 490 years fulfilled. And remember that the 490-year prophecy began with the instructions to Nehemiah to go and rebuild the city wall, not the temple. Ezra did that about 70, 80 years earlier. But the Nehemiah instruction was to rebuild the city wall and the gates, in other words, the city in general. All right, that was the trigger date for this prophecy. Verse 24, you might as well look at the whole thing. 70 weeks, 490 years, are determined according to God's providence upon thy people, Israel, and upon the holy city, Jerusalem, to finish the transgression, to make an end of sin, and to make reconciliation for iniquity. That's the work of the cross. And to bring in everlasting righteousness. That's the kingdom. But we're going to see that it didn't come in at the end of the 490 years. It's going to wait 2,000 years. All right? So bring in the everlasting righteousness, seal up the vision and the prophecy, and to anoint the most holy, which of course is the Messiah, Christ, or God the Son. Now verse 25, Daniel is going to break this prophecy down. Know therefore and understand that from the going forth of the commandment to restore and to build Jerusalem, the one I just referred to in Nehemiah, shall be, or until the Messiah the Prince shall be, 7 weeks, or that's 49 years, which actually took the Jewish people up to little over or under 400 BC, at which time they now dedicated Ezra's rebuilt temple. Now again, we got to understand that Nebuchadnezzar's armies destroyed Solomon's temple. It was nothing but ashes and rocks. Ezra comes back with a small number of Jews, 44,000, and they begin to rebuild the temple. Now, with the wherewithal they had in antiquity, that took a while. So at the end of this first 49 years, they now have enough of a temple rebuilt that they can dedicate it. All right, so that's the end of the first 7 weeks. But then there comes another 62 weeks, which is 405 years? No, 49, 434. 434 years. So we have 49, and then we have another 434 years, and then the Messiah shall be cut off. So that was 483 years total, from the decree to rebuild the temple and the walls in Jerusalem, or not the temple, just the walls in Jerusalem, until Messiah would be cut off or crucified would be 483 years. 483 years. I got to repeat it until you can't forget it. But the whole prophecy was how much? 490. Now you got to have a little bit of arithmetic here. 483 from 490 leaves 7 years that have to be accounted for. And it's going to be after the crucifixion. All right, now we know that most of Old Testament scripture and most of the Gospels and everything make it sound like it would all come right shortly after. And there was nothing to indicate that there would be a 2,000-year parenthetical period of time. They had no idea it would be that long. All right, so now let's continue on with Daniel's prophecy. After the 490 years are completed, Messiah, verse 26, shall be cut off or be crucified, not for himself. We know that from our New Testament. He didn't die for his own sin. He died for ours. And now here comes the key of prophecy. And the people of the prince that shall come. Now that's the reference to the Antichrist. The small letter P is the Antichrist. He will come out of the empire that destroyed and crucified the Christ, which was what? The Roman Empire. All right? So the people of the prince that shall come will destroy the city and the sanctuary. Now remember, Daniel is writing 500 years before it all happens. This is Old Testament prophecy now. And that after these 483 years, Christ would be cut off or crucified, and then the people of the prince that shall come will destroy the city, which Rome did, and the end thereof shall be with a flood, and to the end war and desolations are determined. And of course, that was all part and parcel then of the final 7 years, which we pick up in verse 27. Now here comes those final 7 years. And he, this prince that shall come, the Antichrist that the world is getting ready for even today, will confirm or make a covenant or a treaty with many. Now, for years I used to think this was just a reference to Israel. But no, you don't make a treaty with one nation. If you're going to bring peace to the Middle East, you have to involve all the nations in the Middle East. And that's what this guy is going to do. He's going to come in, and with the power of the sovereign God himself, he's going to bring about a 7-year peace treaty in the Middle East. That's why all the world is looking for peace in the Middle East. Bush can't do it. Blair can't do it. The United Nations can't do it. Europe can't do it. It's going to take this man under God's sovereign direction to bring about a Middle Eastern peace. And it's going to be such a peace that Israel will have permission to rebuild a temple. Now, it's not going to be a gold and silver like Solomon's. I think it'll probably be rather makeshift, probably prefabbed or whatever. They're going to set that thing up overnight, but it's going to be a temple. It'll be functional, and they'll reinstitute temple worship, sacrifices, and everything. All right, so here we go, verse 27 again. He will make a treaty with the whole Middle East for 7 years. A 7-year treaty. There is the final 7 years of the 490. All right? Now then, in the middle of the week, or in the middle of those 7 years, that's why the book of Revelation divides it 3.5 and 3.5. Matthew divides it 3.5 and 3.5. All right, in the middle of the week. Now this is what Jesus is referring to. In the middle of the week, he will cause the sacrifice and the oblation to stop. Now, whenever I teach this verse, this is what I have to say. How can you stop something that has never started? So they're going to have a temple rebuilt. They're going to reinstitute temple worship. Israel is going to go back under the Judaistic system that was on the scene when Christ was here, and they will reestablish temple worship. But in the middle of the 7 years, this man, this prince that shall come, or what we call the Antichrist, will come in and cause the sacrifice and oblation to stop. And then reading on in verse 27, for the overspreading of abomination, which is a horrible word in Scripture, he, the Antichrist, shall make it, this temple that Israel has built, desolate, no longer usable. And it's going to remain desolate until the consummation, that is, of the 7 years, and all that's been determined in prophecy shall be poured upon the desolator, which of course is the Antichrist, when he finally meets his doom. All right, now let's go back to Matthew 24, because this is what Jesus was referring to. Matthew 24, verse 15 again. So he says, when you see this man, this demonic individual, come into the temple that's been rebuilt and reestablished in Jerusalem, which will be at the middle of the 7 years, Jesus speaks of what Daniel the prophet said, and when you see that happen, now verse 16, Then, now this is the warning to Jews who will be living in the area of Jerusalem at the midpoint of the tribulation. Then, let them who be in Judea, which of course is the area around Jerusalem, let them who be in Judea flee to the mountains. Let him who is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. Now, many of you have heard me teach this before. This, I think, is a reference to probably the wealthier, retired people of Jerusalem and Judea. And if you've been to Israel lately, like we have, there are some beautiful, beautiful condominiums and apartment places that could certainly fill the bill. But what's the admonition? Don't stop to take something out of your house. Time is of the essence. You get down and you hit the road and you get out of Jerusalem and head for the mountains. Now, I think most Bible teachers, scholars, and so forth are looking at the ancient city of Petra down there in the Jordanian desert as the place to which Israel will flee. And I won't argue the point. That could very well be, but it doesn't have to be because it doesn't designate it. But anyway, they're going to flee. Now then, verse 18, we have to always reconcile the time in which these things are written with language today. Now, at the time of Christ, 90% of Jewish people were farmers and herders and so forth. It was an agrarian society. And so he uses that kind of language. Let him who is in the field, see, farming, fruit growing, and what have you. Today, it would be the technology people, the engineers and the chemists and so forth, the bankers and the business people, because they are no longer agrarian, they are now a Western type civilization. All right, so let the working class, whatever they are, not return back to their home to take clothes. You won't have time. Don't go back home to get an extra set of clothes. Get out of Jerusalem. All right, verse 19. Now woe to them that are with child. Now we're picking up the female element. We're thinking primarily in the working class as being the men. Now we're picking up the female element. Those who are with child and those that are nursing. See, the young mothers. Now, what I like to point out here is that here you have a complete cross-section of Jewish society. You've got the older, wealthier people, you've got the working class, you've got the stay-at-home moms and their kids and whatever. It's a whole cross-section of society. All right? Then verse 20. Jesus continues on, pray that your flight be not in the winter. Now, you remember that this past winter, they've had 12, 14 inches of snow, 2-3 different times. How would you like to be walking out carrying a baby in 14 inches of snow in the hills and valleys of Jerusalem? And so Jesus makes mention of that. Pray that that won't be the case. Nor on the Sabbath day, which indicates what? They'll be back under the law of Judaism, which mandated they couldn't walk over like 3/4 of a mile. So all this fits the scenario that Israel will be back under the Judaistic system that was prevalent at the time of Christ. All right, now then verse 21. Starting with this midpoint of the 7 years till the end will be great tribulation, beyond human comprehension, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time. But then Jesus even looks ahead of his day and time, nor ever shall be. Now, of course, the average person at Christ's time had no idea that this would be 2,000 years out into the future. But Jesus knew. He knew that this was going to be opened up and that Israel would go into a 1900 years of dispersion. But to prove prophecy and to prove Scripture knows what it's talking about, Israel is back in the land tonight against all odds. They should have never survived those 1900 years. They should have never been able to come back and reestablish a nation and their Hebrew language. but this book said they would. And since the book said they would, they did. And this is the proof positive of our Bible, that it is the Word of God. All right, now then, I feel that this escaping remnant of Jews, whom God is going to protect out in the mountains or wherever He takes them, according to Revelation chapter 12. Now we got to go look at this, otherwise you're depending on what I tell you, and I don't want anybody to do that. Revelation 12, we pick up this escaping remnant now, as John reveals it. Revelation chapter 12. And we'll just jump in at verse 5 for sake of time. And always remember that the woman in Revelation 12 is the symbolic picture of Israel. The woman is Israel. Doesn't fit in any other way. All right, verse 5. And she, the woman, brought forth a man-child. That's a reference to Christ being born in Bethlehem. And this child is to rule all nations when he becomes king over the earthly kingdom. And he's going to rule with a rod of iron. In other words, there'll be no monkey business in his kingdom. It's going to be a benevolent kingdom, but there will be no room for corruption or disobedience or anything like that. It's going to be an absolute, holy, righteous government. All right? And her child, the woman's child, Jesus again of Nazareth, was caught up unto God. That's a reference to His ascension and to His throne. Now then, verse 6, we jump back again to the middle of the tribulation that we just saw in Matthew 24. And the woman, not the whole nation, just the remnant, remember, 1/3, if you want to go by the Old Testament, 1/3 of Israel will be the remnant that will flee into the wilderness. And in that wilderness environment, she has a place prepared of God. Now we got the supernatural involved here again. And so this remnant of Israel will have the wherewithal of God's sovereign protection like they did when Moses led them out of Egypt. And in this wilderness experience, she has a place prepared of God that they, the Godhead, the triune God, will feed her there 1,260 days, which is 3.5 years. So here we have not only Daniel speaking of it, Jesus confirms it, but John the Revelator also fills in the details that this escaping remnant will be protected by a sovereign God. He'll feed her there. They'll have the same scenario as Israel in the wilderness for 40 years. Their clothes won't wear out. Their shoes won't wear out. God will feed them. God will protect them. All the horrors of the tribulation will not touch them. All right? For 3.5 years. All right, now then you come across the page and you find the same thing. Verse 14. A repeat of the Exodus from Egypt. Oh, it's thousands of years later, but it's almost an identical repetition. Now verse 14. To the woman were given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly to the wilderness into her place, that was spoken of in verse 6, wherever it is, and she'll be nourished or taken care of for a time, 1 year, times, plural, 2 years, for a total of 3.5 a time, 3.5 years, and God's going to protect her from the face of the servant. All right, now, I just mentioned that it's a repetition of Exodus. Now, hold your hand in Revelation. Come back with me to Exodus. Chapter 19. Exodus 19. All the way back to the beginning of your Bible. Exodus 19. Israel is just fresh out of Egypt. They're gathered around Mount Sinai, which would be in the same direction that Petra is today. And now he's gone up into the mountain. Verse 3, Exodus 19, and Moses went up unto God in the mountain, and the Lord, now that's the other term for God the Son in the Old Testament. We're dealing again with Jesus the Christ. And the Lord called unto him out of the mountain, saying, Thus shalt thou say to the house of Jacob, and tell the children of Israel. Now look at this next verse, and remembering what you just read in Revelation as to what is still future. You have seen what I did to the Egyptians, drowned them, of course, in the Red Sea, and how I bear you on what? Eagle's wings. Well, they didn't fly, but it was as if they supernaturally were guided out of Egypt and all the way down to Mount Sinai. But the terminology was eagle's wings. Reference, of course, to God's sovereignty. And brought you to myself. All right, flip back to Revelation again. So you got the same language. Verse 14 again. The woman, this escaping remnant of Israel, were given 2 wings of a great eagle, just like they did coming out of Egypt, and that she might fly to her place of protection. Now verse 15. The Antichrist is going to send a military force after them to destroy them, because Satan has now indwelt the man Antichrist, and Satan hates anything pertaining to Israel, so he can't stand this few million Jews escaping. So he sends out water as a flood. Now I interpret that to mean a military force. Just like Pharaoh did after Israel in Exodus, the Antichrist is going to send a force after these Jews here in Revelation. All right, and he's going to cause the woman, the remnant, to be carried away in the flood or to be destroyed. But now verse 16, God intervenes just like he did at the Red Sea with Pharaoh. The earth, instead of the water, the earth helped the woman, this escaping remnant of Jews, and the earth opened her mouth. Now this isn't the first time this happened in Scripture either, remember. It happened back in the Old Testament with the sons of Korah. And while they were standing there making a big rhubarb with Moses, the earth opened up and in they went. All right, now you got a repetition of that. And the earth opens up its mouth and swallowed up the flood, this military exercise, whether it's a battalion or a regiment or whatever. And it'll open up and swallow this military that has followed Israel to destroy them, and which the dragon cast out of my mouth by simply command. He just gave the order, go destroy those Jews. But it all fell into the open chasm of the earth, and they were swallowed up. All right, now we got to take verse 17, and then that'll set the stage for our next half-hour program. And the dragon, the Antichrist, indwelt by Satan up there in Jerusalem, was angry with the woman, or this escaping remnant, and went to make war with the remnant. Now we've got 2 remnants in Revelation, remember. The escaping remnant of men, women, and children, and the other remnant is the 144,000 Jewish evangelists who have, what does it say? They keep the commandments. They are adherents to Judaism and temple worship. They are keeping the commandments of God, and they have what? The testimony of Jesus Christ. And what are they doing? They are the world's evangelists for those 7 years of tribulation.
Thank you for watching Through the Bible with Les Feldick. Through the Bible is a partner-supported ministry. If this program has been a help to your study of the Scriptures and you'd like to see others enjoy the teaching, your support would be greatly appreciated. Write to us at Les Feldick Ministries, 30706 West Lona Valley Road, Kinta, Oklahoma, 74552. or call 1-800-369-7856. Be sure to tune in next time to Through the Bible with Les Feldick.
Unsafe sleep conditions cause serious injury and even death to infants. Never sleep with your baby on a sofa, in a chair, or in an adult bed. Protect the baby you love from becoming a tragic statistic. The only safe place for your baby to sleep is alone, on its back, in a crib, and in your room. For more information, visit cribsforkids.org. That's cribsforkids.org.
Here's your money rundown on Business First with Angela Miles.
Hello, America. I'm Angela Miles. It's always great to have you here. Coming up, steel deal hints American companies may be stepping up to buy U.S. steel, blocking out that bid from Japan's Nippon. Chip trouble, the reason investors are going negative on NVIDIA. Retail wreck, Macy's, Abercrombie & Fitch, and even Apple with its iPhones report not so jolly holiday sales. And in Common Sense with Craig, suggestions on how to invest in tech this year. On the economic calendar, it's the NFIB Small Business Index, along with some inflation numbers with that Producer Price Index, PPI, and Fed Beige Book. On the earnings calendar, Applied Digital Corp and Rocky Mountain Chocolate Factory. This is how the stock market closed on Monday to start the week. Chip stocks are in focus this week as the Biden administration proposes limits on AI chips made in America going to some foreign countries, including China. We had Jared Levy, Chief Market Strategist at Peak American Financial, ready to roll. What do investors need to know about chip stocks, and are any a buy?
So you got to remember here, right? There's three different stories happening. You have the AI revolution, if you will, okay, and you have the players involved in that, which over the long term, it is going to impact a large swath of the global economy and global stocks like NVIDIA. Okay, so that's the one driver. Then you have, sort of this FOMO thing going on just with tech in general. Everybody's kind of wanting to jump in on tech. People haven't gotten the bigger picture, which is number three. The third piece to this sort of, we'll call it a three-legged stool, is the fact that interest rates continue to creep higher. Yesterday we saw the 10-year just sort of edging up again. Folks are trying to figure out now, where are these rates going? Because the higher the rates go, the less attractive growth stocks of all kinds are, right? Because it changes the future value of earnings. People that use different models, higher interest rates are a problem. Okay, no matter how you look at it for growth companies. So that's kind of what's going on. So I think as a long-term player, you need to kind of get over that, pick the stocks that you like. Again, love NVIDIA, they're best in breed. I think they'll continue to play well, but you've got to realize right now, inflation is likely to remain rampant for a little, not rampant, but high for a little bit. And Washington needs to do something to quell that. And likely what's going to happen is the market needs to correct, reset, and then, we can sort of get to, get the brass tacks. So in other words, The government can't come in. Trump can't come in right now. Obviously, he's not going to really be able to influence the Fed, but he also can't just throw QE out. What's the catalyst? The catalyst needs to be like a crash, a meltdown, something that's going to hurt. Needs to hurt consumers. And that's the time when, again, the trajectory shifts, interest rates go down, growth stocks come back into favor. But right now, I think they're just going to see weakness.
Much to consider. Thank you, Jared.
Thanks, Angie. Sorry for the long-winded explanation. Hopefully it makes sense.
Topping our news, stories emerge Monday that Cleveland-Cliffs and Nucor are potentially considering buying all of U.S. Steel for cash. CNBC reports Nippon planned to spend $55 per share to buy U.S. Steel. This new offer that's potentially from Cleveland-Cliffs and Nucor could be in the high 30s to buy the company. Right now, the Biden administration is stopping the plan of Japan from buying U.S. Steel to maintain its American roots. Shoppers were needed at Macy's during December. The department store chain is reporting weak holiday sales and is closing 66 locations. Abercrombie is also reporting disappointing Christmas season sales. Apple experienced a 5% drop of iPhone sales during the holidays.
It's the Trader Tip of the Day, and I'm Christopher Mullen with today's Trader Tip. Now, one of the asset classes that I like, especially during uncertainty and potential major market tops brewing, is the precious metals space. I like gold, physical gold. It gets you out of a currency problem, gets you out of a banking, stock market bubble, real estate bubble. So this is an asset class that I like. I hold a lot of physical gold, and it has been trading sideways for the past month or so, taking a break, but it looks like it's ready for another move. Now, it could rally about 5.5% to 15% over the next month or two as a defensive play with what's going on politically and all the new legislation and potentially tariffs coming in, drive up inflation and things like that. So that's something I'm keeping my eyes on. Anyways, I'm Christopher Mullen with thetechnicaltraders.com. And that's your Trader Tip.
Thank you for that tip. On the green scene, sales of electric cars zipped up more than 40% in China. Sales of gasoline-powered vehicles are plunging there dramatically. David Jennings reports on how President Biden is accelerating his environmental agenda before President-elect Trump takes office.
The Biden administration's $400 billion green bank is moving to close billions of dollars in new deals to support green tech ahead of President Trump getting the keys to the White House in a couple of weeks. The U.S. Energy Department's Loan Programs Office has already come up with essential support for companies deploying first-of-its-kind technology and large projects that banks typically don't touch. They provided $9.2 billion to Ford to help build 3 EV battery plants, $6.6 billion in loans to help Rivian Automotive. $40 billion in conditional commitments could be in jeopardy once the second Trump administration begins.
Incredible innovations were revealed at this year's Consumer Electronics Show. Reporter Diane Mocha brings us a view of futuristic urban living created by a well-known automaker.
It may be surprising that an automotive company would take on a huge and expensive undertaking with no obvious profit potential. But that's how Toyota's chairman describes its Woven City project at the recent Consumer Electronics Show.
Will this Woven City make Toyota any money? Well, maybe not, but that's okay. Because as global citizens, I believe Toyota has a responsibility to invest in our collective future.
Woven City is a sustainable urban landscape with solar panels on the houses and planted terraces dotting the apartment buildings. At CES, Toyota announced it completed Phase 1 and is ready for inventors and early adopters to move in, to develop and test new products and services to make them safer and more effective before they debut elsewhere.
To share what we've learned with others and support new ideas that benefit the planet and its people. It's also why this summer we are launching a pitch competition for fully funded scholarship to the Woven City for startups or individuals who need financial support to bring their ideas to life.
Toyota created its own startup accelerator program and a growth fund called Woven Capital to fuel innovation. CES showcased its vision of autonomous vehicles on the ground and in the air, and robotic helpers serving a variety of functions, from pedestrian safety to household help to companionship.
It's about changing the way we engage with users and consumers. So as opposed to just, driving a car, what are the other ways through mobility in movement of people, movement of goods, information, and energy? How do we engage with the users of the products and services?
This year, Toyota employees will be the first 100 residents moving into the community at the base of Mount Fuji in Japan. The goal is for them to spend more time with loved ones and less time on unnecessary travel. As the population reaches 360 residents in Phase 1, Woven City will welcome outside inventors.
Please consider this your official invitation to join us at Woven City. Thank you very much.
Toyota is calling its living laboratory a test course, drawing an analogy between trying out a new car model on a controlled track and analyzing innovative mobility products in a closed environment to see how they tackle modern challenges for real people committed to driving change. Diane Mocha, Business First AM.
Our thanks to Diane for that report. Woven by Toyota is the company's tech subsidiary, building the project with 2,200 team members from 60 different countries, steering its footprint into the expanding mobility space. At capacity, Woven City will swell to 2,000 residents. Coming up, Common Sense. Craig talks about what he thinks is next for the S&P 500 in 2025. Plus, medicine and money with updates from Eli Lilly and Moderna you do not want to miss. And later on, Trader Talk with Alan. He'll be here with his positive stock market signal coming up.
COVID-19. I'm not waiting. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid is an oral treatment for adults with mild to moderate COVID-19 and a high risk factor for it becoming severe. It does not prevent COVID-19.
My symptoms are mild now, but I'm not risking it. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms and help stop the virus from multiplying in your body.
Taking Paxlovid with certain medicines can lead to serious or life-threatening side effects or affect how it or other medicines work, including hormonal birth control. Tell your doctor about all medicines, vitamins, and herbal supplements you take, as certain tests or dosage changes of your other medicines may be needed. Tell them if you have kidney or liver problems, HIV-1, are or plan to be pregnant or breastfeed. Don't take Paxlovid if allergic to its ingredients. Stop taking and call your doctor right away if you have allergic reaction symptoms. Serious side effects can include allergic reactions, some severe like anaphylaxis, and liver problems. These are not all the possible side effects, so talk to your doctor.
If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Ask your doctor today.
These hands cook for 30 people 3 meals a day. I can't stop when I have dry hands. I trust O'Keeffe's.
It's America's #1 selling hand cream for guaranteed relief.
If it works for these hands, it'll work for yours.
Also available in O'Keeffe's for healthy feet.
What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable raccoon? Attack.
Bark!
Attack. It's not easy taking out the trash. That's why you need strength that's anything but ordinary.
Hefty, hefty, hefty. Are you 50 or older? Well, this news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Why? If you're 50 or older, even if you're healthy, you're 6 times more likely to be hospitalized. So schedule at vaxassist.com.
With Reynolds Wrap, cooking becomes so easy, you can feel like the chef of your kitchen. Easy prep, easy cook, easy clean. Reynolds Wrap.
We love you, Pahrump. Thank you for making the Auto Plaza #1 in Nye County. We are incredibly grateful for your support and proud to be serving our community now for 20 years. Whether you're looking to replace or service your vehicle, consider this. We offer dozens of new GM models in cars, trucks, and SUVs, plus hundreds of the highest quality pre-owned vehicles for sale in Southern Nevada. Our all-star service team is here to keep your vehicle. Technicians here can work on most makes and models, and we carry the latest in diagnostic and preventative maintenance tools to get the job done. Visit PahrumpCars.com to check out our current selection of vehicles, schedule a service appointment, or even order factory accessories for your ride. Don't forget to stop by the Auto Plaza and get a free alignment check before you hit the open road or visit ParumpCars.com.
Do you want your life savings and assets safe from the creditors and government after your death? Do you want to save time and confusion to your loved ones for the process of estate planning? Is it important to you to create a plan to provide security for you and your family? Will protect your assets from the creditors. Don't wait. Call David M. Grant, attorney at law, for all your estate planning needs. Call today, 702-938-2244 for a free 30-minute consultation.
Desert pests. Get rid of them. Get Arid. Arid Pest Control has had experience with Pahrump Desert Pests since 1995. Licensed and insured, Arid has low rates, no contracts, and no initial fees. Bees, spiders, scorpions, outside or inside. We've seen it and we'll take care of it. Arid Pest Control. For extreme reliability and extreme peace of mind, call today, 727-8343.
In Medicine and Money, Eli Lilly is paying more than a couple of $2 billion to buy cancer development startup Scorpion Therapeutics. Lilly is using money from sales of its obesity and diabetes drugs to now go after head, neck, and breast cancer. Lilly also expects to have a new weight loss drug on the market next year. Moderna is warning Wall Street sales are slumping by about $1 billion, mostly from dwindling sales of its COVID vaccine. Moderna is also working on a bird flu vaccine, and investors are watching that stock after one person died. Here's more.
The Fed awarded Moderna $176 million last year to move ahead on the mRNA H5N1 bird flu vaccine, which is in the early testing phase. The award followed an outbreak of virus in cows that infected 3 dairy workers, prompting concerns of an outbreak in humans. The CDC says there have been 66 confirmed cases of H5N1 in the country since last year. The agency adds their review of the data on the individual who died has led them to believe that the risk to the general public from the bird flu is low. They also say that people with job-related or recreational exposures to infected birds or other animals are at greater risk of infection.
In Health and Wealth, Lauren Maneker, dietitian and certified lactation education counselor, is here with how new working moms can get a positive start in the new year. Tell us about the first 1,000 days mission and why it's so critical to a baby's growth and development.
So the first 1,000 days starts at the date of conception and ends at the child's second birthday. And during this time, the brain is growing more rapidly than during any other time in their life. And that's dependent on certain nutrients that help develop the building blocks for cognitive abilities, motor skills, and social and emotional development.
What matters most with nutrition for new moms and new babies?
So the American Academy of Pediatrics has identified 14 nutrients that they call the building blocks for early brain development. And some of them are, I will not be listing all 14, are zinc, iodine, choline, vitamin B12, and protein. Now, there are 3 of those nutrients, iodine, vitamin B12, and choline, that have a time-sensitive impact during this time of development, meaning that shortfalls during the first 1,000 days can have a long-term effect on the baby's health for the rest of their lives. And when it comes to iodine, more data is showing us that many Americans are falling short on their intake, and they are not consuming as much iodine as what is recommended. And when it comes to women specifically, between the ages of 15 and 49, some evidence is showing us that around 50% of them are not consuming enough iodine, so they could be iodine deficient and not even know it.
Why is iodine so critical?
And the World Health Organization has suggested that iodine deficiency is the most significant contributor to preventable brain damage and intellectual disability. There is some data showing that almost 60% of pregnant women may be deficient in iodine, and in the United States, around 40% of prenatal vitamins that have been evaluated have no iodine in it. So they're iodine free. So not saying that prenatal vitamins are not important. Please take your prenatal vitamins if you're pregnant, but we can't assume that our prenatal vitamins are giving us everything we need. And in this case, the iodine. So again, that's why we really need to focus on whole, nourishing foods that provide nutrients like iodine, like a glass of dairy milk or lactose-free dairy milk.
What foods do you suggest?
Sure. So again, back to the dairy milk. I love dairy milk because it provides 7 of those 14 nutrients that the American Academy of Pediatrics has identified as those building block nutrients for brain health. So dairy milk and lactose-free milk both contain the same exact nutrients. One's just missing that lactose sugar. I also like to include leafy greens like spinach to provide folate. And then those oily cold water fish that are lower in mercury, like salmon, can help increase the intake of those healthy fats that we also need to support brain development. You go to gonnaneedmilk.com and 1000days.org.
Coming up next, Common Sense with Craig's 2025 Market Outlook. Find out what he has to say about investing in tech. And in the final trade of the day, we are keeping tabs on an old school stock, Levi Strauss.
I was stuck. Unresolved depression symptoms were in my way. I needed more from my antidepressant. Vraylar helped give it a lift.
Adding Vraylar to an antidepressant is clinically proven to help relieve overall depression symptoms better than an antidepressant alone. Vraylar is not approved for elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis due to increased risk of death or stroke. Report changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts to your doctor. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol may occur. Difficulty moving, tremors, slow or uncontrolled body movements, restlessness and feeling like you need to move, nausea, constipation, insomnia, dizziness, increased appetite, and fatigue are common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Visit Vraylar.com to see additional side effects.
I didn't have to change my treatment. I just gave it a lift.
Ask about Vraylar. AbbVie could help you save.
Ace Country.
Rise and shine. Tune in Sunday mornings at 8 for the Classic Country Breakfast with me, Mikey. I'll be playing a whole hour of all the classics. From Willie. On the road again. To Johnny.
I fell into a burning ring of fire.
To Patsy.
Crazy.
To Dolly.
Jolene, Jolene.
All the classic country music to start your Sunday morning. You bring the hash browns, and I'll bring the Hank.
Hi, I'm attorney Jonathan Nelson of J.K. Nelson Law. If you're hearing this, it means you're probably not dead, which is great. Call our office today to schedule an appointment for your will or your trust so that your family can be taken care of when you pass away. On the other hand, if you've recently lost a loved one, now it's time to talk and go over how to administer their estate. In either case, give us a call today, 775-727-9900. Let us show you why we've been recognized by Best of Las Vegas and voted Best Attorney for Pahrump for the last 4 years. Call today, 775-727-9900.
2024 was a bonanza of a year for investors. Craig Bolanos, co-founder and wealth advisor at BestGen, is here. Always good to get your common sense, Craig. Let's talk about the market for 2025. Do you think investors need to lock in gains from last year?
Well, specifically, I think fair value for the S&P 500 is in that 6,300 to 6,400 range for the full year. I don't think inflation's going to get down to 2. I think we're kind of arrested here in that 2.7, 2.6 range. And I don't think people need to take all these gains off the table. But Angela, I think people need to do what's always tested in the trenches, which is have strong rebalancing protocols to make sure their target asset allocations that they need to get retired and stay retired are adhered to after a big run up at the end of 23 and full year 2024.
What about tech? Tech was super hot in the market in 2024. Still a place to park some money this year with the AI craze?
Yeah, the story of technology, the story of artificial intelligence, generative AI, quantum computing, it's not done. It's just beginning. It's transformative. But I don't know that long-term investors want to have an overweight to technology relative to a benchmark like the S&P 500, where a third of your money is already tech-driven. I want people to really use those rebalancing protocols that you and I talk about time and time again, Angela, because if we're having a soft landing scenario, that means there's room in the industrial complex, room in the what I call energy complex, room for consumer discretionary and staples. I think this marketplace can broaden. So no one should abandon tech, but we should make sure technology is right-sized, not supersized in our portfolios. We want to connect with you. Reach out to us on the website, getretiredstayretired.com. That's getretiredstayretired.com.
Still to come, Trader Alan will be here with his Denim and Dollars Trader Talk as he stitches up a plan to profit on Levi's. Next in the final trade of the day. Don't go away.
Struggling with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis? Talk to your doctor about #1 prescribed Entyvio, offering 2 maintenance options, including the Entyvio pen. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. PML, a rare, potentially fatal brain infection, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. Entyvio, relief, remission for real.
Entyvio, Entyvio, Entyvio.
When migraine strikes, do you question the trade-offs of treating? Ubrelvy is another option. It works fast, and most have migraine pain relief within 2 hours. You can treat it anytime, anywhere. Tell your doctor all medicines you take. Don't take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Get help right away for allergic reactions like trouble breathing or face, tongue, or throat swelling, which may occur hours to days after use. Common side effects include nausea and sleepiness. Migraine pain relief starts with you. Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Ubrelvy.
This past year has been one of the hardest in MyPillow's history. It's because of you that we're making it through. My employees and I want to thank you for your continued support by extending our wholesale prices on classic MyPillows. Get standard classic MyPillows only $14.98. I can't believe I'm even saying that. Only $14.98. But it gets even better. Upgrade to a queen size MyPillow for just $18.98. King size only $1 more. Get my body pillows $29.98 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of these wholesale prices, including my standard size MyPillow, originally $49.98, now only $14.98. Queens $18.98, Kings only $1 more. Not only that, order $75 or more, ship absolutely free.
From all of us here at MyPillow,
thanks, America!
Let's get to that final trade of the day now with Alan Nuckman. He's with BullseyeOption.com here with a look at the market and more. The bears are coming out of hibernation. The bulls now struggling to keep that control. What's your trader take?
Hello, Angie. Big week last week after getting back to business. Ended up being negative. On Monday, tested those swing lows in the S&P, but not new relative highs in the VIX for right now. So that is a positive sign that we want to keep an eye on.
You are always looking for the positives in the stock market. Love that about you. What are you watching this week?
Also, let's keep an eye on big week. Earnings coming out. We're looking for $30 billion in pure profits from the banks. That's going to be a big announcement this week. Is that going to buoy investors? Is that going to give people a little bit of positive taste in their mouth to follow the money flow? I think so.
Alan, we started the show talking about retail stocks. Tell us about your new retail trade.
All right, trade today. I'm looking at, and I trade what I see in the charts, some leverage long accumulation, speaking of money flow, some money flowing into Levi Strauss. Now, the consumer stocks have suffered a little bit. Now, this is a stock that's down 25% from its June top. We've been trading between 15 and 30 for the last 4 years now. So the midpoint of that is between 15 and 30 is 22.5. So we got some upside. But here recently, we've been between 15 and 20 for the last 3 months.
What's your options trading strategy in Levi?
All right, so just a pop to that range top at 20, we're sitting at 17 right now, would be a nice performance in this stock. So what I'm looking at is the April option, the April $15 call. Again, 15 is a super support level over the last 4 years. The $15 call Right now it's $2 in the money, trading for about $2.75 or so. It's about $2.25 in the money. So the expiration break even is about 75 cents higher, up above, with plenty of time for development for some market moves. And if this stock just gets to the 20 level, that option will be worth $5.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
That sews up another episode for us. Feel free to find us on social media or check us out at businessfirstam.com. Coming up next time at Marriage and Money, we hope that you will be back. I'm Angela Miles. From all of us at Business First AM, we thank you so much for watching America.
Change can be scary, as if your life's been turned upside down. But it comes with growth and a sense of freedom, much like the openness of the American road. We always arrive where we are meant to be, riding on the shoulders of those before us and preserving the core values that led us on our journey. Join Touchstone Energy Cooperatives in celebrating the power of human connections.
They've outgrown their homes and started looking for new ones. But one couple gets a low appraisal, so they can't buy a bigger house. Homes in Black and Latino neighborhoods are often appraised at less than fair market value, leaving Black and Latino families stuck in place. If you believe your home has been unfairly appraised because of race or national origin, that could violate the Fair Housing Act. Contact HUD. Everyone has a right to fair housing.